of storms moving through for many of the upcoming days, 4 days in a row, first alert days. So plenty to keep an eye on tonight, no exception.
Yeah, for sure. Storms still pretty decently far away. Storm Prediction Center looks like, if you spot in the upper left corner, really people that are very detail oriented will notice that the outlook has changed a little bit. Just they issued an update at this time of night in the summer, and the enhanced risk shifted just a little bit farther to the east, includes Dubuque now, but Dubuque, you were just about 10 miles away from it earlier, so it's not like you were that far out of it to begin with. But that is a small change at this point. I'm looking to see if they made any other changes of note. I'm gonna guess probably not, because we're in the middle of it at this point, so we kind of know what's going on. Yeah, the other parts of the outlook in terms of individual threats stay the same. Tornado risk is a secondary thing here. At this point, we haven't seen any storms, at least that I've seen, that have suggested any sort of tornadic development. So that's a good thing. I mean, big hail that's up to the size of baseballs is not a good thing, but I suppose one, well, they both do a lot of damage.
They do.
So we don't want either.
Absolutely. We don't want either. Of course, if your options are to have both or just have one, of course, the better option there is to just have one of those. I guess it's pick your poison in that regard. But tonight, we don't get to choose. We are assigned hail for our primary threat right now. But again, right now, the two most immediate threats to the TV9 viewing area are going to be these two storms that we're looking at right here, currently passing through Mason City, going to pass just to the north of Hampton. It looks like that one is going to be a fairly close call. But again, that's for large hail, your primary threat. Baseball sized is what those warnings are currently indicating. As we really zoom in here on these cells and kind of take a look at the latest radar data, we'll stop this here for a second. You can really see a lot of those deep purples, some of that lighter pink and white coloration in there. That is going to be where your heaviest rainfall, but also where that hail is going to be located. So again, with these storms moving through, hail, the big thing that we're keeping an eye on, but also, again, just in general, very, very big storm and large hail producing storms that are moving through. We'll get a quick look at the estimated hail size to see if we can get any kind of indication on what we're looking at. So again, yeah, right there in and around Clear Lake, south of Mason City, looks like we're getting certainly $50 up to ping pong ball size. Over by Goodell, getting closer to that golf ball and lime sized hail. So certainly getting indication on radar and getting indication from that warning too, that these storms are producing fairly large hail and have been doing so for quite a while now. You can see they've kind of tracked along and moved off towards the east and continue to have those sustained hail cores inside them. You can see right now, kind of zooming out big picture, they are starting to get closer to the edge of the TV9 viewing area, currently in our fringe counties. So if you are again, watching us in Floyd or Franklin counties, you are the ones who are currently under those warnings and are currently the ones that are going to be seeing the first of the impacts from these storms as they're moving through. We'll go ahead and take a quick pass back to radar and just kind of show you what we're looking at here again, kind of a larger scale of what it is. But those storms that are developing, kind of two areas that we're watching. One, again, off to the north. These storms that are quickly now really getting a lot of robust development, but also seeing that development kind of starting to congeal together. Still, those two, from what I'm seeing, the two strongest cells are the two that are tracking into the viewing area, kind of at the head of this line that's developing, at least in terms of hail potential. Some stronger ones back here towards northwest Iowa as well. But again, seeing some of those purples showing up in the center of the storm there, that would be indicative of some of those hail cores that are popping up. But then also, again, further south, watching this line of storm or this cluster of storms that earlier was really a big hail producer. At this point, looks like the hail is not as big of a concern. Still some hail in there potentially, but it does look like wind. And this storm really has started to, looks like, gust out and picked up some speed as it's gone along. So we're keeping an eye on that as it passes south of Interstate 80, and it'll be moving towards Ottumwa as we go through the next couple of hours. But overall, seeing the weather get very active across the western half of the state, and undoubtedly that'll be moving into eastern Iowa here as we go through the next couple of hours.
seems like it at the very least. Hopefully we can lose some of the energy from the heating of the day as the sun is setting. And of course, we see that process gradually take place. You can see a little bit of the sunset in the distance from our Decorah City Cam. If you look at the top of your screen, beneath that red banner, you can see some of the maddest clouds away from the storm. A little hard to pick out, but they're out there. The lighting isn't perfect, but it's out there for sure. View from our Cedar Falls City Cam. Looking from a distance again, looks dark, looking off to the west, but at this point, they're still a fair distance away from those storms that are off to the northwest. Decorah, we already looked at them. Let's take a look at Waverly. May need to reposition Waverly a little bit. Yep. Sidewalk looks great, but the storm, of course, is the other direction. So we'll work on that and get that pointed the other way. But we got our eyes in the sky out there tonight, thanks to our City Cam network, and they will be useful, especially as the sun goes down. We'll be able to see lightning from a distance as storms roll through various areas.
Absolutely. I actually currently have a show that I am getting ready to duck off and do. So for the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to turn things over to Corey, and we'll be back around 8:45.
Yeah, stand by with us for just a second. All right, here we are with additional information. New severe thunderstorm warning was issued for basically the same areas that were already under one in our far northwestern zone. So let's take a look. That is the latest from the National Weather Service in Des Moines. It is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail again. Includes portions of Franklin County until 9:15. So this is the same storm as before. At this point, it does have the potential to produce very large hail. And so the National Weather Service in Des Moines keeping that warning basically the same as it was. This at this point is the strongest storm out there, basically anywhere in the state. Not to say that these other storms elsewhere aren't strong too, but they are packing a punch. This one in particular, the one up toward Mason City just to the north of it, also looking fairly strong. So this warning goes until 9:15 for the areas highlighted. The old warning will likely drop off here fairly shortly. I believe it was set to expire, which is why they had to let it go. It was going until 8:15. So that second box will be moving and just be replaced by the one that we have blinking on your screen. Again, baseball-sized hail is considered by the National Weather Service's sort of scale here on the warning tags. The tags are the things that they put in the warnings that give them extra enhancement. This one is for, that could cause destruction, is the way that they describe it. And that is certainly true with baseball-sized hail. It is dangerous to be outside. It is dangerous to property. It is dangerous just in general. So if you're out there in Franklin County or know folks that are, this storm
still has the tendency that it looks like it will produce those very large hailstones potentially. Sheffield involved, Hampton on the southern edge of this warning. And we've also got areas near Thornton, which is just outside of the TV9 viewing area. So there you go. That's where we stand on that one. Catching up in the live chat, the question posed a little bit ago, will it be good for Marion Arts Fest in the morning? Races start in the morning, just after daybreak, and yes, it does look like things will be in good shape there. We are not expecting trouble by then, so don't worry too much about that portion. These storms, as we've shown, are going to be gone and long gone by the time we get toward tomorrow morning. And it does look like a good portion of Saturday is going to be spent with dry conditions. So we do have that going for us in terms of getting this round out before any future potential rounds happen to come along. So that's where we are in terms of the warnings at this time. There is another larger cluster of storms down to our south. You can see those down south of Des Moines. So the Des Moines Metro is avoiding stronger storms at this point. They may not get away with it the whole time, but this cluster of storms warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. The strongest winds likely taking place near and south of Highway 34. So this will likely be a concern mainly for the Ottumwa area, down toward Fairfield, maybe Mount Pleasant eventually if these storms hold together. It is a fairly strong storm, although it did look more organized previously, but it may still yet produce those strong gusty winds as it has already, has done some damage off to the west. So there is that to watch very carefully. Now, something that we've seen here over just the last few, let's say 10 to 15 minutes, as I pivot back out here to a wider perspective, and let's pinpoint again, in particular, this storm that you see here. So it's that baseball-sized hail radar indicated warning. The old warning dropped off now, so we've got just this one for Franklin County that goes until 9:15. Notice that was a little bit more lumpy, a little more blobby shaped. And I know I'm using technical terms here, but now it's developed a little bit more of that kidney bean shape. That's a little bit more traditional of a supercell. Now it's still a little disorganized. We may be seeing another cell trying to split off that will move off to the northeast as this one moves eastward. But it's something to keep an eye on, whether this storm would be able to organize and produce any sort of low-level rotation. Really, the only opportunity for that is going to be very, very soon. And so do not count on much changing there. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like it does include portions of Floyd County. Wide view here, you see it flashing on your screen. Second warning also. I know those are the same one. We'll go back to this one. Yep, it's for this storm that's coming out of Cerro Gordo County, and it's going to be moving into Floyd County. And so this goes until 9 o'clock tonight. 60-mile-per-hour winds, the main threat here, according to the National Weather Service, as that storm moves off to the east. So that is the primary threat at that time, and that is moving, let's see how quick. This is one of the slower storms earlier, still moving east at about 25 miles per hour. So let's show where it's headed based on that rate of speed. We'll even take it all the way east, a little bit outside of this warning box. So Nora Springs, you're probably feeling some of the gusty winds as well. We're getting toward Rudd at about 8:29, Floyd closer to 8:49, and then Charles City gets involved just around when that original warning expires. So that's closer to 8:57. Powersville at 9:05, that's down in southern Floyd County, assuming that this storm keeps its pace as it is set out at this point. You can see it's moving to the east. Generally, it's interacting with that storm just to its southwest. So far, they have remained separate, but if they do perhaps continue to organize and get into a bit more of a cluster, then we could see that damaging wind threat increase a little bit. At this point, the threat is primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm. Elena says, tuning in from Iowa City. Thanks for joining us, Elena, on the live chat. If you'd like to interact, we're going to try to keep an eye on it on YouTube. That is the best way to reach us at this point. And so that is an option. You can find us there, YouTube. The KCRG YouTube channel is at KCRG. That is the place if you would like to ask questions. We'll try to answer them as we can. Obviously, as things get busy and busier, that may be somewhat tricky, but we're going to obviously do our best here. We're here to help. That's the whole point of these streams, is to give more information. Question in the chat: anything bad gonna be happening in Cedar Rapids? Well, later tonight, there is the likelihood that Cedar Rapids could get involved in some of these storms. So we'll show you a wider view here and give a bit of an idea in terms of these storms. So at this point, they're staying near and north of Highway 20, but as they continue to develop, and you can see a little bit of this development here west of Carroll, that's some new development on the tail end of these storms, and so that could be some additional expansion of this sort of disorganized clusters of storms. The storms themselves within are fairly organized, but the overall organization in terms of it turning into a line or a sort of a complex of storms, just not there just yet. But that could continue to take place over the next couple of hours, some indications that it will. I do think that the general area to watch out for is going to be more toward this area at this point, because it does look like these storms should stay from that northern cluster, mostly north of Interstate 80. Now we have that secondary cluster that's south of Interstate 80 moving to the east, but I don't think they're going to meet up for quite some time. Now, the interesting thing is that secondary cluster to the south may interfere with the storms to the north a little bit as southerly winds are blowing out there and bringing in more moisture, but no clear sign of that at this point. The storms to the north pack a punch for sure. Multiple warnings for large hail, and we're talking hail golf ball sized or bigger, and in many cases bigger than that. See the main storms here near Mason City and south of Mason City. Both of them really do look rather intense. Just about across Interstate 35 is the storm that's just north of Franklin County. That's where some of the worst part of it is. I'm gonna look and see if we got a DOT camera anywhere near that. We do, but it is too blurry. It does look like traffic's at a crawl, which makes sense. There is already some construction in the area, so that's a bad combination here in terms of that interacting with that storm and affecting traffic. If you are driving tonight on Interstate 35, please be careful. Don't hesitate to pull over if you feel like you need to. And unfortunately, the closest camera is going to be just too blurry to use, but something to keep an eye on. And of course, we've got our city cams to go with it as well, and we'll be watching all of that. Now, at this point, it's just the very northwestern fringe of the TV9 viewing area that is included in any sort of warning. So most of us are still waiting. If you have had evening plans, things have been in pretty good shape. A couple more things in the chat. Chad refers to the latest mesoscale discussion from the National Weather Service, or the Storm Prediction Center rather. Yes, they are monitoring the situation. We are in a window of time where storms are tending to organize into clusters or perhaps short line segments instead of individual storms. It's taking a little time. So it's in this time frame of the evening where the winds in the atmosphere tend to change a little bit. And as they do, you end up with some of the change in the wind shear that we have out there. And of course, that's one of the factors that we talk about all the time. And as that sort of increases a little bit at the lower levels, There's a window of time in the evening where that threat for some potentially tornadic activity increases just a little bit, thanks to that increase in low-level winds as we get just off the surface. Something that changes every night in the summer, essentially. And it's before the atmosphere stabilizes too much, such that we don't get those winds that, like, the storms don't have access to those surface level winds anymore after that. So that's the thing going on there. We're watching it carefully in terms of any sort of rotation that's developing. Kind of took a look at that storm in north of Franklin County. So far, it's not showing that structure developing just yet, and hopefully we keep it that way. Other comments? Cedar Rapids and Marion severe overnight. That is a possibility, though it would likely be before midnight. And so the timing on this, let's look at Pinpoint Futurecast again to kind of give us a little bit of a leg up here, because I think it's got a pretty good idea of what's going on. So here's Pinpoint Futurecast starting right about now. As we go through the next couple of hours, you can see it arrives north, just west of Cedar Rapids, closer to 10. This is actually just about 10:15. And so that will be moving through the area between, let's say, 10 and 11, perhaps. We sort of gave that wider window of the Cedar Rapids area, seeing it closer to between 9 and 11. So we're kind of still on track for that same sort of time frame here. Northwest zone, of course, interacting with it right now. Central portion of the viewing area from north to south, we'll be seeing it very soon. And then 11 o'clock and beyond for the eastern section of the viewing area. Now, a lot of the viewing area not included in that severe thunderstorm watch at this point. That still just goes for these counties here in pink. That'll be in the northern zones, not including Dubuque and Manchester at this point. It includes Waterloo down to Ottumwa and on westward in the state. So that's where that is, goes until 1 a.m. But it does look like most of these storms will actually clear past those areas probably a little bit quicker. Question from Elena. I have a flight on Monday night. Comes in between 10:55 to 11:13. Will the weather mean storms be over by then? That, at this point, is something that we can't guarantee. Does look like the perhaps most likely outcome on Monday is going to be for storms to take place during the morning, and then perhaps take place again toward afternoon and evening into the early portion of the night. So we can't promise it, unfortunately. I wish we could. So you may be interacting with those storms still around that time. And of course, we all know flight system requires coordination on multiple levels, where that plane's coming from, where it's going to, how its other planes are stacking up against it in the order. So lots of factors go in there. So check back, unfortunately. At this point, I would say it's a little dicey, but of course, we'll know more as we get later into the weekend. Thank you all for joining us here. I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson. Meteorologist AJ Rickman is here as well. He is currently working on other stuff, but he'll be back in about 20 minutes or so as we go later into the evening. These storms aren't going anywhere for sure, so we are expecting them to continue as we go later into the evening as well. Ashley asked, will there be a severe thunderstorm watch for other parts of the viewing area? I'd say probably. I wouldn't be shocked if that gets expanded. They may issue a new watch. They may just sort of make the current watch take up more space. They can do that. The National Weather Service can add counties if they see fit. Storm Prediction Center issues the watches, and then the local offices are kind of in charge of maintaining them at that point. So that is the case. Tonight, we'll just have to wait and see. I would say at this point, it's not too important if there's a watch for your particular area, but it's more important when warnings are issued for your area in terms of when to act. Just assume at this point that the threat for severe weather is there. So that is a potential looking through that area. Of course, we're in contact with the National Weather Service at all times, and they're keeping an eye on things as well. They're not too concerned about the severe weather threat out there, and they're giving us one indication why, and I'll try to explain what they're talking about. So temperatures out there, very warm. We all know that. It's been a really warm day today. Highs were well into the 80s. At this point, we're still in the upper 70s to low 80s. unless you get storms, it's probably not going to drop off too much. So that is good news there. But when you compare it to where our dew points are at, now dew points are up big time compared to yesterday. They were in the 30s, so we're up in the upper 50s to 60s. So that is a big increase, but that difference, it's about a 15 to 20 degree difference between temperature and dew point. That leaves a lot of drier air near the ground, at least compared to what's up in the clouds. Yeah, you've got those clouds, of course, are full of water, so they're at saturation. Dew point temperature is pretty much dead on together at that point. And this difference below the clouds makes for, one, the bottom of the clouds, the base of the clouds, to be higher up in the sky. Higher up in the sky base means that it's tougher for the storm to produce a tornado. It doesn't mean it's impossible, which is why we're watching that potential real close. But it's just the ingredients tonight for tornadic potential are not super favorable, which is why we've been saying, yeah, it's possible that we could see an isolated one. But in terms of that being the main threat, does not seem to be the case and was not expected to be the case. Glad that it's playing out, that it really isn't the case. Instead, we've got those strong winds. Large hail has been a really popular outcome today from these storms. So there is that. Chad says, not ready, ain't ready to run AC yet. Well, hate to break it to you. When those dew points get higher later this weekend, I think even the holdouts, I know some folks wait as long as they possibly can, but let's look at the latest Muggy meter in terms of what we can expect for the next couple of days for the dew points climbing. Let me pull up the correct one here. Let's go through the next 5 days after today. And so let's see where we run here as we go through the next couple of days. Dew points, again, today we're around 60. Tomorrow, probably pretty similar. Sunday, mid to upper 60s. Monday, closer to 70. And so that's when you get into that really sort of tropical feeling air mass, very muggy, muggiest weather we've seen so far this year. And you pair that with temperatures that will probably still be in the 80s each of these days, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That will make for a very warm day. Yeah, if you've held on that air conditioning so far, it's going to be tough to avoid it probably at this point. And at this point, we are, of course, still monitoring these storms that are generally in northern Iowa, the strongest of which includes a warning in Franklin County, goes until 9:15. Baseball-sized hail still from the National Weather Service up that direction in terms of the maximum hail size with this storm, or at least the potential. Storm looks very organized still on radar. It definitely is a supercell thunderstorm. It is rotating, but not in the kind of rotation that would necessarily scream imminent tornadic development. Now it's showing some low-level rotation, but it's not the sort of a tornado will happen imminently in the very near future. But outside of that, we've got a handful of warnings that stretch back even farther than that, even back to some areas back here that have already seen storms earlier today. This warning for portions of Buena Vista and Cherokee counties, golf ball sized hail again. So there is plenty of energy for these storms to feed off of, and so lots of storminess potentially to go for more of eastern Iowa. You can see most of us, though, dealing with quiet weather. It's been quiet all day. It's been warm. It's been sticky, at least a little bit compared to yesterday, but so far so good. But storms are starting to enter our northwest zone at this hour. Just looking at some of the latest info. Update to the severe thunderstorm warning in portions of Floyd County, western Floyd County. That's the one that's up here around Charles City, east of Mason City. Still in effect for a potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. See here, that warning goes until 9 o'clock, quarter-sized hail. The latest update from the National Weather Service does include a tornado possible tag on it. This is from the National Weather Service, I believe. in La Crosse. And yeah, there is rotation within that storm for sure. It is like the other ones, a supercell thunderstorm. Looking at it, yeah, it's rotating pretty good. And so certainly something to watch. Let me see if they have said anything about it. Nothing new in terms of extra insight from them, but that is an interesting sort of development. Let's look at our velocity view to take a look there. And you can see it's this area that, again, could just be indicative of a storm that is rotating generally, broadly, but it is showing some pretty clear signs of rotation just west of Rockford. That could also lend to the storm strengthening a little bit, maintaining a little bit more. And so at this point, no reports of tornadic activity tonight anywhere in eastern Iowa, but a storm that could be producing it between Owen and Rockford, just about to cross into the Floyd County line. Severe thunderstorm warning there goes until 9 o'clock. There's something I want to show you here too, just to give you a little bit of an example of this storm. This storm down here has shown some rotation. It's warned for 2-inch hail. That's way back west of Interstate 35, Hamilton, Humboldt, Webster, and Wright County. So near and north of Fort Dodge and Webster City. It's pretty far away, but these storms will eventually make it here. So this is the velocity view from low in the atmosphere. This is the lowest available view that the radar can see. But the radar also takes readings at different angles in the atmosphere. It goes higher up. We want a three-dimensional picture of that storm. So as we go higher into the atmosphere, you can see that storm rotates quite a bit. So now we're well off the ground here. When we're talking about this height of the atmosphere, it's pretty high up there. So this is not the type of rotation that shows you an imminent tornadic threat, but it just shows a really well-organized storm. We're talking about 10,000 feet up in the air, but just the kind of storm that's going to be organized and maintain its strength. And so that's something that we're seeing there. So just kind of an interesting, different look. There's the storm on sort of the traditional radar view. You can see it's a couple of different storm cells interacting with one another. Perhaps they'll combine, and we'll see what happens from there. But the two storms that are touching the TV9 viewing area include this warning in Franklin County as well as Floyd County, and those go until 9:15 for Franklin County. And now a tornado warning for Floyd County that it goes until 9:15 as well. Quarter-sized hail and the potential for tornadic development. There recently was a report from the Floyd County 911 Center that Rockford, which you can see there underneath the heaviest part of the storm, just dime-sized hail. So they are going with that tornado warning due to the rotation that we've seen within that storm. So if you're joining us from Floyd County, or you know folks that are up in Floyd County, now's your time to act. This warning goes until 9:15, but storms are right on the doorstep of Rockford, Marble Rock, as well as Charles City. The storm is moving fairly slowly, which is good news. Still gives you plenty of time to react. It's moving to the east at just 25 miles per hour. So in terms of where this storm is, in terms of that rotation, let's put a storm track on it, and we'll go ahead and take it off to the east. So near Happy Acres at about 8:46, Oakwood at 8:52, around Floyd Crossing at 8:57, and near Charles City closer to 9:04. So that's a little bit outside the warning area. Charles City, most of the area just outside of the warning. Rockford rather, Floyd included, Rudd, and other smaller communities in between, as the storm slowly moves off to the east at about 25 miles per hour. National Weather Service, I think, playing a little safe here in terms of seeing that rotation. They don't want to be caught off guard. It's that area near Rockford that they're keeping a close eye on. So, yeah, if not, we're certainly going to see still the potential for some quarter-sized hail at the very least, and gusty winds too. I think all of those are going to be there. Chad asked, any reports of wall clouds or funnel clouds or any sort of indication of tornadic style development? So far, no. However, the area that the Weather Service is watching is very much embedded within very heavy rain. So it's going to be very tough to see if there's any sort of development. It's that area that's, again, near Rockford. Doesn't look incredibly well organized on radar. If we move our scope, there you can see it a little better there. This portion of the storm that has some rotation to it. And so that's what they're issuing the warning for. But if we take away the velocity scope, clear everything off here, that's well within the range. So it's going to be really, really hard if there's a tornado occurring to see it coming. And so that's why the best bet is to just react, get to a safe place, shelter, which is best underground. If you have the option to get underground, do so. Lowest floor of your home, otherwise, interior room away from the outside walls. And so please take that action if you're in Floyd County now. Cover your head with blankets, pillows, towels, have something to protect yourself in that manner, as well as keeping in your safe shelter until the storms have passed. And so as those are moving through, we really do want you to stay alert, aware, and away from these storms because they do pack a punch, and we want you to stay safe. That is the goal there. Meteorologist AJ Rickman joining me again. We're going to pause in terms of spoken word for just a moment as we get him back on board, do a little equipment swap here, and we'll be good to go. So please stick with us.
Welcome back. I guess on behalf of Corey and myself, welcoming myself back more than anything, but we are continuing our live coverage of the storms as they're moving through eastern Iowa.
Yeah, still sort of in a very similar situation to where you left it about half an hour ago, where storms are right on the edge of the TV9 viewing area. They're still very strong. Still watching the storm south of Des Moines, but they are not looking as bad down there. They've started to weaken a little bit. It's really the north, I think, that we're watching the most. So that's really the summary to get you up to speed. Now, before we move on to more weather analysis, we had a little issue with the microphone earlier. If you are out there in the YouTube chat and when I speak it sounds bad, please let us know. If it sounds normal, let us know that too. We're kind of testing the equipment on the fly here a little bit, so just give us a heads up. Other than that, go ahead.
Yeah, so again, we're kind of looking back at what is currently going on with these storms as they're moving through. Lots of new warnings, at least on my page, that have popped up as I have been, well, in a different workspace working one of our other shows. Our 9 o'clock newscast was recorded early. But new severe thunderstorm warnings, a tornado warning as well that Corey's been kind of keeping tabs on and walking everybody through, but kind of looking at it again. Like Corey mentioned, you've got that area of storms down to our south, just crossing I-35. Really nice for the folks in Ottumwa and Oskaloosa to see it kind of falling apart and weakening as it goes. So hopefully we will continue to see that trend as we go through the next hour or so as it continues to race off towards the east. But farther north, yeah, those storms are really not moving all that fast, just meandering along. And this storm, with a little bit of radar indicated rotation, take a quick look at that on velocity and see exactly what it is we're dealing with. So there's a little bit of rotation in it. You can see where you've got kind of that red popping up in that area of green. That's going to be wind that is blowing away from the radar in comparison to wind that is blowing towards the radar. So kind of in that area where you get those winds that are blowing towards and away, that indicates one of your areas of rotation. Or I guess to draw this a little more accurately, bear with me for just 1 second, kind of your broader area of rotation that kind of just encompasses this area. But again, it's been enough for the National Weather Service to issue a radar indicated tornado warning, and that has been the first one, at least, that I have noticed and seen of the evening. So in that regard, a little bit of an anomaly in what has been otherwise a primarily hail producing event. Got another storm here with a little bit of rotation to it, but again, no tornado warning on that at this point. So we'll switch things back over to more of our traditional radar view and just kind of take a look back out and see what it is we're looking at. So again, multiple storms moving through kind of along that line that's been developing and progressing off to the east and southeast over the last hour or so. And of course, we've been keeping a very close eye on it and are continuing to do so as it gets ever closer to the TV9 viewing area. But at this point, in our fringe counties. So if you are watching us in Floyd County, you are currently, at least a good portion of the county, currently under a tornado warning that ends just to the east of Charles City, just to the west of Charles City. But if you are ahead of or involved in this warning, not a bad idea to get down to your safe place. Again, as we always say, that's going to be your basement or the lowest level of your home. Get as far away from any windows as you can, and an interior room, hallway, or closet. You want as many walls between you and the outside as you can get. But overall, again, meteorologist Corey Thompson again has been keeping an eye on it as I have just gotten back as well, and looks like we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning that does in fact involve the TV9 viewing area, if I am seeing that correctly.
Yeah, small sliver of it for western Chickasaw County.
Yep.
So we'll go ahead and take a pause here on our stream and to join our friends out on KCRG TV9. So stay with us.
I'm First Alert Storm Team meteorologist AJ Rickman, breaking in to let you know about a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for the TV9 viewing area. That includes Chickasaw and Floyd counties, and that is going to be for a storm that is capable of producing penny-sized hail as well as winds up to 60 miles an hour. It is tracking off to the east at around 30 miles an hour, so we'll get a storm track put on this as it continues to move off in that easterly direction. So as it continues to move that way, this storm is going to be moving towards Greene by 8:50, Nashua by 9:13, New Hampton by 9:21, Kalmar by 10:05, West Union by 10:28. So again, these storms at this point not moving particularly fast, but they have had a history of producing some damaging winds, some large hail, and they are continuing to track towards the TV9 viewing area. It's all part of a larger complex of storms that we've been keeping an eye on throughout the afternoon and evening hours. Again, this area of storms has a history of producing large hail and some damaging wind gusts in there as well, some reports of that. But certainly a storm or a group of storms that you're going to want to take seriously if you find yourself in the path of it. Make sure that you have ways to receive warnings as you go through the rest of your night tonight, and also make sure that you know where the safe places in your house to go are when severe weather threatens. That would be your basement, lowest level of your home. If you don't have a basement, and getting kind of to the interior part of your structure, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. But again, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Chickasaw and Floyd counties for a storm capable of producing penny-sized hail, winds up to 60 miles an hour, moving off towards the east at around 30 miles an hour. We'll continue to cut in as new warnings arise and keep you up to date with the latest. We'll also be continuing continuous coverage on these storms through our streaming platforms as we go through the evening. Stay with your trusted local news source, KCRG TV9.
All right, we're back with you on the streaming coverage here. AJ describing the new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Floyd and Chickasaw County. In that time frame, they also canceled the severe tornado warning that was in effect for Floyd County. Rotation came and went pretty quickly, and so we are left with just the potential for, like you said, that wind and hail threat instead. So no shock there. It's not the kind of night in terms of the ingredients that we have for really solid tornadic development.
Yeah,
It's not totally ruled out, but yeah.
Always a good thing to see with these storms as they move through. Like we talked about earlier, it's never a fun decision between a tornado and baseball-sized hail. Looks like at this point that tornado threat, like you said, is diminished. That's a great thing for folks that are in Chickasaw and Floyd counties as that storm system moves, or that storm cell moves in. But again, still a storm that packs a little bit of a punch. 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail. So you'll want to make sure that you are still getting inside, getting away from any windows as the storm moves through. And make sure that you're staying inside and away from any windows until the storm passes. So again, this is just part of a whole cluster of storms that have been developing and moving across northern and western Iowa over the last hour or so, and continue to track their way ever closer into eastern Iowa. Again, very slow moving, so it's been a slow progression as these storms begin to impact our area, and we'll continue to keep tabs on them as we go through the rest of the night tonight.
Yep, that's where we are at. Still staying kind of separate.
They are, and at this point, I'll take a minute to kind of pop around and look at some of these other storms that are farther off towards the west. I'll take one more quick look at this cell here in Floyd and moving into Chickasaw counties. It's moving off to the east at around 30 miles an hour. So again, I'll put a quick storm track on that for folks who might be about to be immediately impacted by this system in Floyd or Chickasaw counties. So we'll get this up to speed and up to date here. So as it tracks off to the east at around 30 miles an hour, that's going to take it into Charles City by 8:53, North Washington by 9:11, New Hampton by the time we get to 9:32, Fredericksburg by 9:49, Fort Atkinson by 10 o'clock tonight. So again, that storm capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-sized hail at this point. A storm that not quite as strong as we've seen earlier in the earlier in the evening, but still one to take seriously. You'll also notice in the top right corner of your screen there, that information on the warning. Also a tornado possible tag. That, again, there was a tornado warning that was on it previously. The rotation has now weakened enough for them to cancel that tornado warning. However, they still added the tornado possible tag just because there's still a little bit of rotation inside that storm. So at this point, again, just something to keep an eye on and keep in mind as the storm system is moving through your area. But again, take a quick minute to look a little further back towards the west and see what exactly it is that's going to be coming our way over the next couple of hours. Again, these clusters of storms have been developing and moving through. We've got a pretty good-sized storm currently moving through Hamilton, Humboldt, Webster, and Wright counties. That's got 2-inch hail, so that's about the size of an egg. 60-mile-an-hour winds with that one as well, and it's also moving off towards the east, just to the north of Fort Dodge, and that's going to be moving into, or moving towards, rather, Franklin, then Butler and Bremer counties as we go through the next hour or so. So, again, throw a quick storm track on this system for folks who might be in Butler, Bremer counties, and give you an idea on what we're looking at there. Looks like we do have a new tornado warning. We'll take a look at that in just a second. But first, this storm moving toward Dalles by 9:16, Alexander by the time we get to 9:25, Hampton by the time we get to 9:49, and then Ackley by 9:59, Parkersburg by 10:26. So again, these storms at this point, not particularly fast moving, but still they are moving along towards our area and do pack a bit of a punch as they go. And now we'll take a really quick look in at that tornado warning. So that is for Cerro Gordo County. That is for radar indicated rotation for this cell that is getting ready to move towards the, moving just south of Mason City currently. So again, we'll put a storm track. Well, first let's take a quick look at the inside of this storm to see if we get any signs of rotation. So the tornado warning does have radar indicated rotation, and it is very easy to see exactly where that rotation is. Right in there, just to the west of Rockwell, where you have those reds and those greens that are right there close to each other. That's going to be your spot of rotation right there. That is their problem area they're keeping an eye on and why they have issued that radar indicated tornado warning. Radar indicated, again, means that the storm is rotating, and it has enough rotation that the National Weather Service has decided to issue a tornado warning. But at this point, we have not seen any radar proof or storm spotter evidence of a tornado on the ground. Our tornado debris detection, again, not really seeing anything definitive there. What you would be looking for is a fairly well-defined blue spot. That would be your sign of debris being picked up by the tornado if it was on the ground. So again, while we're seeing rotation with this storm, not really seeing a whole lot in the way of hard evidence of a tornado on the ground. But still, if you are under that tornado warning in Cerro Gordo County, still something that you are going to want to make sure that you are staying aware of, and making sure that you are getting down to your safe place, lowest level of your home, if it is, or as you go down that way. And we'll put a really quick storm track on that area of rotation as well. Give me just 1 second, folks, while I get this situated here. Looks like the storm speed of these storms has been roughly 20 to 30 miles an hour as we've gone through the evening, but that area of rotation, as it tracks off towards the east and over the next 40 minutes, that area of rotation moving towards Hurley by 8:59, Lynn Grove County Park by 9:02, Rockwell by 9:02 as well, Owen by 9:14, Rockford by the time we get to 9:28. So again, an area of rotation that has prompted the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. At this point, no evidence of a tornado on the ground through spotter reports or through debris being detected on radar. But still, seeing some reports of wall clouds that storm has been producing. But at this point, again, I personally am not seeing anything definitive as far as a tornado on the ground is concerned.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's, again, playing it safe from the National Weather Service, it looks like, more so than having a real serious tornadic threat here. Of course, this is just outside of just outside the TV9 viewing area. But if you're joining us from the area south of Mason City, or know folks that live out that way toward Rockford in particular, that is a area to watch for sure. Conditions otherwise, again, sort of from a wide and broad perspective here, I'll show you just that there's that cluster of storms south of Des Moines that's at this point not with any sort of severe thunderstorm warnings. It is now starting to drift a little bit more northward, so we may see that start to get into portions of the Interstate 80 corridor, perhaps a little bit longer, farther down the road. No severe weather there, although there was some report from media members out in the Des Moines area that they just had some gustier winds on the sort of edge of that. So they're not even where the heaviest rain is, and they were seeing some out there on the west side of the Des Moines Metro, maybe about 50 miles an hour. So that is well away from any sort of thunderstorm activity. Otherwise, this area of just sort of scattered general thunderstorms, lots of severe thunderstorm warnings, continues to be our main focus. It continues to generally move pretty straight east, although perhaps a little bit just south of east. And as it gathers its organization, we may end up seeing that start to shift a little bit more southeast as well. So that's the big view at this point. Still kind of waiting at this point. The storms earlier in the day looked like they'd be moving in perhaps a little bit quicker. As we got later into the afternoon, the latest information we had suggested that they'd be moving a little bit slower. And so far, the slower end of things has been playing out a little bit more.
Very much so. And that, again, is a bit of a double-edged sword. Those storms, for folks that are being impacted out west of here, it means that you've got more time to react to those storms as they're moving in. But it also means once those storms get to you, you're going to feel those impacts. The winds, the hail, it's going to hit you for a longer period of time. But the other thing that comes to mind with me when I'm thinking about how this would impact eastern Iowa, these storms, they're moving in a little more slowly, which with it getting dark now, we're going to lose a little bit of that daytime heating. Temperatures cool off a little bit, potentially meaning that there's not quite as much of a robust fuel source for these storms to play off of and use as they're moving into eastern Iowa. So that could potentially play in our favor if these keep taking their sweet time getting in here. Temperatures cool off. It looks to me like there's just a little bit of a weakening trend with these storms as they're kind of congealing together into a larger line. So potentially that would mean weaker storms, lower impacts, versus if they were to rush in here right at the end of the day when we still have a lot of that residual daytime warmth lingering around.
I'd say that's probably pretty fair, but we'll have to wait and see. If they do start to do some more organization, that can sort of be a self-sustaining situation. But you look at that area north of North Dodge, excuse me, not the neighborhood in Iowa City, but the city in central Iowa, where it went from lots of reds and purples, and now it's kind of a smaller cluster of storms. That storm, two different storms kind of merged, and it looks like they were to the service of kind of weakening one another. Now this storm here in Floyd and portions of Butler County still looking pretty strong. Butler County is not under warning, but it's organizing a little bit potentially. So that's one to watch, something that we'll be watching very closely. We're going to take a second here to gather some more information. Stick with us. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, folks. Just taking in some information, talking to the folks that put together our newscasts, looking ahead to our 10 o'clock newscast on KCRG TV9 in terms of what we are going to present to the folks in Eastern Iowa. AJ is your man in the chair this evening. I'm here to help, and he is doing a little prep work for that. And so you got Corey for a little bit longer as these storms approach. So let's just do a bit of an overview. We've got a broad portion of the state included in a severe thunderstorm watch. This goes until 1 o'clock for the areas in pink. They did expand the National Weather Service this watch a little bit. That goes now down toward the Ottumwa area. It wasn't that far south initially. Much of eastern Iowa, Dubuque, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Washington, not included in this watch. Maybe later. We're just going to have to wait and see. At this point, there's a pretty big gap between what is an area of thunderstorms in the north and an area of thunderstorms in the south, or at least weakening showers and storms. So we see this activity down here, trailing activity up here. You can see it continues to fill in a little bit more down to south of Sioux City, crossing into Nebraska. And those are the two areas that we're watching. They're both moving generally to the east, and so that's the method here. Interstate 80 corridor right now kind of in a sweet spot in terms of not seeing extensive storm activity in the immediate future. Now, in terms of warnings, in terms of what we have in place at this hour, even though most of these are outside the TV9 viewing area, let's just go ahead and give you a bit of an update in terms of what to expect. So, new warnings, none have been issued very, very recently, but updates from the National Weather Service have trimmed back that Floyd County warning just ever so slightly. We're talking by a pretty small amount. And so that latest information is for this storm to produce potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as penny-sized hail. It's all radar indicated at this point, no reports. The Floyd County update from the emergency managers there suggests that areas near Rockford and Marble Rock, so we're talking more the western part of the county, which is in between those storm cells, not seeing bad weather at this point. So we are not expecting that there, but Charles City likely seeing a lot of heavy rain and maybe some gusty winds too. Areas just south of Floyd and toward Nashua, they're not seeing the heaviest of the rain so far, but this will be coming your way too, and those gusty winds will be in play as well. And we're starting to see just a very, very short little line segment developing here. It's small, but sometimes that can be enough to cause some of those winds to turn a little bit stronger. So that's the theory here, and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning continues for at least another 24 minutes. And this is moving east now at 35 miles per hour. If you've been with us through the evening, these have been slow going. And so let's put on a storm track for the leading edge of these storms. If they're moving due east, they'll affect areas such as Nashua within about 2 or 3 minutes, Clarksville closer to 9:19, New Hampton at 9:28, Fredericksburg at 9:38, Tripola at 9:50, Sumner just shy of 10 o'clock, and Hawkeye just beyond. Now, of course, this is areas way out in front. We're getting out into Fayette County, past Chickasaw County, and portions of even the last one, Pottsville, that's way out there at 10:33. So there's the potential that these storms would further weaken. AJ's pointed out that as a possibility, and that certainly is on the table here as we go later into the evening and these storms lose a little bit of their punch. Now, off to the west of that storm, there is a tornado warning still in effect. Cerro Gordo County, of course, in central Iowa, not in the TV9 viewing area. What AJ was showing earlier as an area of rotation near Swaledale and Rockwell has really, really fallen off. We'll do a sort of big view of the velocity. You can see it's mostly uniformly red, and so we're not necessarily seeing the rotation that would be concerning at this point. So that is good news. Hopefully that tornado warning gets dropped, just like the last one. Transient, quick little areas of rotation have developed in a couple of cases, but generally that has not lasted. This cluster of storms off to the southwest previously had warnings with it. And if we put the loop on, you can see that were formidable storms for sure, but they have really lost their character over the last little while. Maybe some gustier winds as these storms approach Iowa Falls and portions of Franklin and Hardin County, but at this point, not severe. just really not looking like they would produce severe weather anytime soon. Back behind them, a couple other storms. One previously had a warning, but has weakened a little bit in Pocahontas County down towards Storm Lake. This is a pretty formidable storm again. Talking about a severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball sized hail, and that could include Storm Lake and portions of the east of there. It's moving at a pretty good clip too. Latest speed, 45 miles per hour. So it's far from the TV9 viewing area, but if it holds together, which there's no clear indication that it would pose a threat for certainly heavier thunderstorms further down the road. That's all she wrote at this hour. There's not a lot of warnings in the state, certainly compared to earlier this evening, if you were looking at the radar with us earlier, where there were several warnings, lots of them up in northern Iowa. At this point, just a small handful of them, which is good news. We love to see storms weakening. We do not want the worst possible outcome here, believe it or not. And so we like to see it. However, there is still the threat for these storms to stay fairly strong. They could be in a phase here where we just don't have the organization between these individual storm cells to give us the strongest storms possible. But there is still plenty of storm energy out there. And so while it's not as high as it was earlier today, let's go ahead and change this to right now. So we'll show you where we're at. That's the storm energy available. And so those brighter yellows and reds represent some of that higher energy. We're going to put on a different look here. And so that's what those storms have chewed up. So you see those clear areas in central Iowa. That's where those storms have been today. But out ahead of them, there still is some energy for these storms to feed on. And so as these storms continue to move eastward, we may see that continue to play out. So that's why that severe thunderstorm watch continues until 1 o'clock. And that's why the potential is there for maybe some stronger storms down the road as well. I'm going to take a look at Storm Prediction Center is looking at an area farther away ahead of these storms for where there could be some strong to severe weather. They're considering a new watch. Let's see if that is available to us at this point. Just came across from our information. So there's that second area. Let's go into this and take off the first one. So the one on the left, the big area in western Iowa, that's for the initial watch. Storm Prediction Center sort of gives you updates as things go along. And so we'll take those old ones off. It's this area where they say they're strongly considering issuing a new watch. The theory here is that storms would stay potentially organized, still watching those storms near Fort Dodge to Charles City. Still expecting it to continue to organize into more of a line of storms, maybe a bit of a bow echo. And we've got that energy that we showed you off to the south that would perhaps feed them as they go further east. Yeah, so if that happens, that could have more gusty wind potential as these move off to east. So they are considering a new severe thunderstorm watch there for the area in red. So it'd be generally what we were talking about, areas north of Interstate 80, but that's where we're at in terms of this point. That's the Storm Prediction Center's thinking at this point, and so we are keeping an eye on that. However, in terms of where we stand, that's where we stand with storms at this hour. The tornado warning that was in effect for Cerro Gordo County is gone, and so again, the rotation weakened quite a bit, and so that is done for now. Good news, as always, meteorologist AJ Rickman joins me again.
Yes, always good to see those storms weakening. So we'll have to, again, keep a close eye on them and see how they progress through the overnight hours. Of course, that's what we're here for, and we'll be keeping you up to date with the latest on that. So speaking of where we go from here, take a quick minute to kind of walk you through where we're expected to go over the next several hours. So Pinpoint Futurecast at this point does show pretty well that line of storms that is currently ongoing just to our northwest. By the time we get towards your 10 o'clock hour, they'll be moving into Decorah, Fayette, just off to the northwest of Waterloo still. And then by 11 o'clock, those storms working their way down towards Prairie du Chien, Fayette, Manchester. At this point, looking to remain along and north of the Highway 20 corridor, some lighter shower activity along and south of I-80. By the time we get towards midnight, seeing a little more activity starting to develop behind that line, again stretching back towards Fayette and Waterloo, starting to see some scattered showers and storms in and around Tama and Cedar Rapids, and we'll continue to watch that through the 1 a.m. hour. Still scattered activity across a good portion of eastern Iowa. Likely some rumbles of thunder will wake you up through the overnight. By 2 o'clock, still ongoing activity, and we'll see that through the 3, 4 o'clock hour. But then by the time we get towards 5 a.m., that's when we'll start to see that activity push out, and that's what we have been seeing as being the forecast throughout the day today, and good to see that that is still holding steady at this point, where it looks like this activity is pushing out by 5 a.m. and by 6 a.m. crossing the Mississippi River, moving off into northern Illinois. So for us, going to be a fairly unsettled and stormy night across the area. A good night to make sure that you have ways to receive warnings, whether it is the KCRG First Alert app that you can get warnings personalized to your location, NOAA weather radios if you have those. Those are also great ways to make sure that you are keeping up to date with what's going to be going on with these storms as we go through the overnight hours. But again, by the time we get to Saturday morning, at this point looking at a little bit of a break before we then turn our attention to the next chance for strong to severe storm activity as we get into your late day Saturday and on into Saturday night.
And you can kind of see maybe from that wider perspective you got there, AJ, that it's just, the vague shape of those storms, right? A little bit more in a line. It's broken. It's not super well organized, but it does start to take a little bit of shape between Carroll to Fort Dodge, up toward Charles City, Mason City, southwest of Decorah. So I think that's kind of what the Storm Prediction Center is looking at. Some of that taking place. Now, whether that results in particularly gusty winds or anything that is especially dangerous, I guess we'll have to wait and see. At this point, it doesn't look that fearsome, but that's why that watch is in place, and maybe a new one will be issued too.
It absolutely is. A little bit of a side tangent off of the severe threat. If you'll notice in and around Ames and Des Moines, that big spread of green starting to show up, that's not rain. That is a bit of a radar noise that you tend to get at night after the sun goes down. There's, you'll tend to get a bit of a thermal inversion where there's, basically the way that interacts with the radar beam is you can get that green reading right there. So that's not shower activity. So what you're about to see me do is kind of turn down the sensitivity of our radar just a little bit to where we're not getting quite as much. Whoop, let's not go that far with it.
Slow down.
Yeah, getting a little excited with it. Okay, there we go. So that takes away a lot of that radar noise. Still a little bit of it in and around Ames and Des Moines, but that's why you saw that radar image change just then, just to kind of account for some of that radar ducting is what the official term for it is, that was causing that big spread of green in and around Ames and Des Moines. But right now, changed up the radar image just a little bit so that it really shows where that rain is falling a little more clearly. But still, moderate to heavy rainfall for areas along and north of Highway 20 at this point. Still that one warning lingering for Chickasaw and Floyd counties. But as Corey mentioned, at this point, not quite as many warnings as what we saw earlier. Certainly a great trend to see, and one that hopefully will continue. But of course, we'll be here through the night, keeping an eye on these storms and letting you know about any new warnings that might pop up with them.
So far, so good, though.
Absolutely, yep.
We haven't
Definitely a good thing to see, and hope to see that weakening trend continue. But at this point, again, just slow-moving storms continuing to work their way off towards the southeast. For eastern Iowa, at this point, we're still just kind of in a waiting phase. Unless you are in Butler, Chickasaw, Winneshiek counties, you're starting to see some of that shower and storm activity at this point. But outside of that, again, fairly quiet across the rest of the area.
Yeah, we haven't even really had anything in terms of new severe weather reports either, as these storms have started to move into at least our far northwestern counties. Officially, again, we've had some offhand reports of some gustier winds, some nickel-sized hail or dime-sized hail in portions of Floyd County, but so far so good there too. Sometimes it takes a little time for these reports to come in, so it's not necessarily the fastest indicator. Depends on who's available and who's out spotting, but so far not a huge indication there, which is good. Another way that we can look at storms, especially after dark, is using infrared satellite. And sometimes they can give you a hint at whether storms are weakening or strengthening. And at this point, you can see those red colors representing colder tops of clouds, especially when you get in those little dots, those darker red dots that are kind of mixed in. You see one in northeast Iowa out ahead of that bigger area of red. So that's like the individual storm cells within this broader cloud area. And they're still strong. They're not falling apart completely, but not seeing huge strengthening, especially in that southern cluster. Just sort of status quo, I guess, at this point. Not the same intensity as earlier, but not completely diminishing either. So we may just be in a bit of an in-between phase where we're waiting for storms to organize a bit more, which the Storm Prediction Center is confident will happen. They seem pretty set on the need for a new severe thunderstorm watch. So to be determined.
Absolutely, but that image right there also gives you an appreciation for just how big this complex of thunderstorms is turning into. Of course, that is the cloud cover, so the cloud cover is going to extend out and cover a broader reach than the rain will, but still, we've watched these storms from when they initially developed this afternoon, and we've now seen them kind of grow upscale into this larger complex of showers and storms. And Corey, like you mentioned, the Storm Prediction Center confident they'll continue to grow and develop and mature as the night goes on. And I'm sure that'll also lead to this complex of storms maintaining its size, if not growing a little bigger, I would think.
Yeah, quite possibly. Just one of the many tools in our tool belt of things that we can look at that at least gives us some picture of what's going on. This, of course, this time viewed from space.
Absolutely. Always a really neat view.
Viewed from ground, though, is even better.
It is. A very nice light show going on in our Decorah City Cam. Lots of lightning. I'm sure there's plenty of thunder to be had out there as well. Just about a constant flash of lightning as those storms are moving in. And that's the other thing you'll watch for. Again, tonight, if you're one of those where the sound of thunder puts you to sleep and soothes you, it's going to be a great night of sleep. If the sound of thunder stresses you out, I am sorry, you are going to be in for a little bit of a tough night of sleep ahead. But regardless, those storms moving through, again, plenty of lightning as you can see there. Wow.
I hope my dog's not watching. She'll be stressed.
So it's going to be a rough night for Ingrid, it sounds like.
Yes, maybe a little bit. Maybe so, but we'll see.
Yeah, but I'm sure other pets across eastern Iowa, too, will probably be a little bit on edge as these storms are moving through. I'm sure there'll be plenty of thunder to be had, and possibly pets crawling up into bed with their owners and looking for that little extra security blanket tonight.
Yep, quite possibly.
Yeah.
I was going to pull up Waverly, but we might have lost our connection temporarily. That's unfortunate, but we'll keep an eye on that one, see if it comes back. From a distance, we've got Vinton, but that lightning is vivid for sure from Decorah's perspective.
Yeah, I just got a quick glimpse of a bolt in there somewhere. It was impressive.
Yeah, luckily Decorah not under any sort of severe thunderstorm warnings. They are under that severe thunderstorm watch, but so far storms that far north have generally not been too bad. So that's kind of where we stand.
And
at
certainly a good thing with that. It's always nice to get those summertime thunderstorms. Of course, we need the rainfall. It's been a little bit dry recently, not necessarily enough to throw us back into drought. But it's been a while since we've had some good widespread rainfall across eastern Iowa. So with gardens going in and grass greening up, it's always good to get the rainfall. So it'll be nice to have that, not just tonight, but over the next couple of days as well. We'll be looking at those rounds of showers and storms kind of moving through the area.
Yeah, and I think like what you said, since it's been pretty dry lately, we will be able to handle whatever kind of rain we get out of this. So that's the good news there, is that it shouldn't be, a flash flood concern, whatever like that. Elena asks in the YouTube chat, says, what is your guys' advice for people like me who have storm anxiety? That's a question that we get kind of often, because it's a thing that a lot of folks deal with. And so I would say the best way to deal with it, I don't know, AJ, you may have other ideas at this point. Were you, when you were younger, more scared of storms when you were growing up?
I was not. I had the opposite. I
Okay.
was, again, a kid at the time,
Yeah.
rooting for storms to hit my house. I
Okay.
wanted to get the wind. I wanted to get the hail. I wanted to be under the tornado warning. But I certainly can understand where storms would make folks anxious and make them nervous. So I can certainly understand where folks might have the storm anxiety and be worried about it tonight.
Yeah, and understandable. And so the basic thing that we try to tell people most often is that the best way to fight that is to know, think about all the storms you've been through, and things have been fine. The most likely outcome when severe weather happens is that you'll be fine, be in pretty good shape, might lose power, might be some tree branches down. It's really in the extremes, the rare occasions where things are really bad. Tornado hits your house, but the chances of that, really small. We're talking very little. And the way to combat the anxiety on that overall is to just know what to do. That's one of the weather, at least in meteorology, we have these little rhymes, right? Turn around, don't drown. Thunder roars, go indoors. And one of the ones that we try to use on occasion is don't I make it sound so easy. I want to say it the right way. Don't be scared, be prepared, or vice versa works the same way. Be prepared, don't be scared.
Yeah.
And so just know what you need to do. And when a warning's issued for your area, you know the right steps to take. Go to your safe area. Be as cautious as you want. There's nothing wrong with being overly cautious when the weather comes. We're not saying that you have to lock yourself in the basement for the rest of the weekend because we've got multiple chances for storms, but just know what to do. And keep that in mind if you're out and about. Just know where you need to go when that happens. And so that's just the best bet. The worst outcomes are super, super rare. The vast majority of the time, things will be okay. And so you just got to keep that in mind. Just tell yourself that that's the best I can do in terms of that advice. I was a kid that was scared of storms, and eventually learning more about them through going to school and just experiencing more things helped. Now we've been through some bad ones, because another person in the chat says, well, I loved them until 2020. That's fair.
Yeah.
If you went through that anywhere in the state of Iowa, in the central part of the state, yeah, we get it, for sure. But that's the extreme. That's a one in a decade, if not more, sort of experience. Certainly nothing that Cedar Rapids has experienced. You were in Ames at the time, right?
The derecho was my third day in the state of Iowa.
Yeah.
So I was fresh on the scene here, starting my freshman year of college, and it hit, and I knew there was a storm coming through, so I went out to go watch it like I always do. Not the smartest thing. I probably should have been in the basement.
Do as AJ says, not as he does.
Amen to that. But that was my first introduction to Iowa storms, and it was quite the introduction.
I say you grew up in the South, and you probably hadn't had something quite like that. There's plenty of tornadoes and severe weather down there, but we're more in derecho territory up here than down south.
Yeah, we'd never had a derecho in Georgia when I was growing up. Like you said, it was tornadoes that we never really had impacts from those at our house. We'd occasionally be under a tornado warning, go to the bathroom, come out 15 minutes later, and it's fine.
Yep.
But nothing at all like what that storm did as it came through. It was, the wind was insane. For me, the most lasting image, or the most powerful image, was seeing acres and acres of cornfields blown flat after the storm went through. That was when I really got the appreciation for just how strong that storm was.
Yep, between Ames and here, basically.
Yeah.
A lot of it was just laying on the ground. But again, We are talking about the extremes, and that's the kind of extreme that we're not expecting tonight. Wind gusts that could, again, damage some trees, could do some power outages in a few spots. I don't think we've seen a lot. We could check on that too, but not that kind of thing. And even when we talk about derecho, which we're not expecting tonight, those come in degrees as well. Not all of them are created equal. Most of them are weaker than that 2021, which is a good thing as well.
Yeah.
So that's just some of our experiences. We're weather nerds, so maybe, I don't know, we're not the best ones to ask about that in terms of how to combat anxiety, because we're kind of at this point. Yeah, so hopefully that helps, Elena. Declan says in the chat, wait, who even runs the KCRG YouTube chat? Is that like a job? No, you're looking at it, buddy. It's us.
Yep.
We're chatting.
Typically, Corey's the one. Well, right now, Corey's got it pulled up on his screen, so he's the one kind of keeping an eye on it. But yeah, it's us doing it.
We try. Jessica says her experience with the derecho, seeing the chain link fence on the ground, which, yeah, fair enough. That is not what you want to see for sure. What we're seeing tonight is storms from far away. Our Vinton City cam, you can see those pictures of lightning from a distance. Vinton, at this point, far from any storm activity, but you can see the lightning off to the north. There are clouds and showers and some gustier winds off to the south. But the good news is, at this point, AJ, at least for now, there are no warnings in eastern Iowa.
That is awesome to hear.
Yeah.
We've got our kind of big picture look pulled up right here, and looks like I'm still getting one warning here.
I'm guessing it's going to expire
Floyd.
in 20 seconds, probably.
Yep, 9:29. That expires at 9:30. So, yep. Again, great news there. It does look like, especially compared to earlier tonight, that storm has really kind of lost its punch.
Yep, Weather Service says the same thing. They let it expire because of that.
Perfect. Yep, love to see that then. So we'll see. We'll get to watch it together, folks. We'll get to watch this warning go away. And for eastern Iowa, that's it. There it goes. So at this point, no active warnings. Of course, these storms are moving through, and as they go through the rest of the night, we'll be keeping a close eye on them. If new warnings pop up, of course, we will be here on streaming and, of course, cutting in over newscasts as well. If you're up late watching TV, you'll occasionally see us pop in if new warnings are issued. But for those of you who are watching, again, you can continue to watch, and we'll keep you updated, especially as new warnings are issued and as the night goes on.
For sure. We're going to take a little break though now. 10 o'clock newscast is coming up really, really quick. AJ is going to be in the saddle for that one on KCRG TV9. We are going to keep an eye on things. As you said, of course, our commitment is to, that's what we do here. That's the first alert mentality. And so we're going to do that. But for now, we are going to switch over to just a little bit of a loop of information. You won't hear our voices for a little bit, but as conditions warrant, as AJ said, we'll be back. So stick with us.
Absolutely. Stay with your trusted local news source, KCRG TV9. Okay, there we go. We have audio. Well, welcome back, folks. We have wrapped up the 10 o'clock newscast and are still keeping an eye on storms that are moving across eastern Iowa. Things got interesting during the newscast with multiple warnings being issued, so those warnings are still in effect across the area. So things have kind of ramped back up after those storms didn't have warnings for a while.
Yeah, and before we left for the newscast, we were talking about Storm Prediction Center. Felt pretty confident that storms would re-strengthen a little bit. We showed you where there's still that energy out there for storms to use. And once they started to eventually sort of organize, we've got a couple different chunks of a line, kind of, that are producing the potential for damaging winds. So not a huge shock. It was kind of in a situation where it looked like it could go either way, but here we are. So take it away.
Let's jump right into it. So let's see what the current picture is of what we're looking at. It's really our northern areas that are seeing the primary impact from these storms. We'll take a very brief moment to kind of zoom out because we did have a cluster of showers and storms earlier that were tracking south of Interstate 80. You can see now there's some very light, spotty, lingering shower activity moving through, but not really much at all in terms of a severe threat. We'll go ahead and take this through and walk you through it warning by warning first, and then just kind of show you where the overall line is tracking. So right now we've got one severe thunderstorm warning for Allamakee, Clayton, and Winnesheek counties. That is in effect until 11:15. And you'll notice with all of these warnings, they're all for similar impacts. Gusty winds up to 60 miles an hour and small hail, generally penny-sized or smaller. So that's kind of the evolution that we've seen with this line as we've gone through the evening, gone from initial supercells that were producing large hail to now more congealing into a line with some small hail and gusty winds your primary threat. Fayette County also under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11:15. Again, 60-mile-an-hour winds, small hail with that one. And Buchanan County also under a severe thunderstorm warning. Same deal, 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail embedded in that storm. And finally, your last active warning that is currently ongoing in eastern Iowa, Blackhawk and Bremer counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11 p.m. Once again, 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. So that's been along this line that has progressed off, well, started off to our northwest and has moved into eastern Iowa here over the last hour or so. So we'll go ahead and pull up the latest data. We'll put a storm track on this storm, especially along that front edge where those gusty winds are going to be. And we'll have a look at where this thing's tracking here as we go through the next hour to hour and a half. As it moves off to the east, it'll be moving towards Prairie du Chien by 10:50, Elkader by 10:53, Waterloo by the time we get to 11:02, Guttenberg by 11:22, Cassville by 11:37, and then Lancaster by 11:44, Platteville by the time we get to 12:12 in the morning. So continuing to keep an eye on this line of storms as it moves through the area. Generally, what we were expecting, that storm threat to generally be a late evening and overnight time frame type of deal, and that's exactly how it has played out and what we're currently looking at.
For sure. Still very heavy storms, still generally north of Highway 20. That wider view you're showing, AJ, shows a little bit of shower activity, maybe some gusty wind with them down south of Highway 30, down moving toward Iowa City, and then a few stronger storms in far western Iowa. But if you look at those are kind of moving farther south than east. And so I think those will probably stay out of our hair. But even stretching back toward Carroll, that activity's got more of that eastward motion and may follow along in that direction. So we do actually have a new severe thunderstorm watch that includes a big portion of the area. I'm going to go ahead and move this just a little bit. You can see the one that included much of the area until 1 o'clock. The newest one goes until 5 o'clock and includes this area. That is Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Dubuque, Manchester, over toward Maquoketa, southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. So that one goes until 5 o'clock this morning. A little shocked that it goes that late, but I think it's mostly for the eastern side of it over toward Milwaukee and Madison and Rockford, more than here in eastern Iowa in terms of that threat lasting that long. But that's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center that came out just a little bit ago, that new update, that new expansion. But notice that they kept it north of Interstate 80, which is kind of what we've been thinking, that the strongest storms would be there too. So that is the latest from there. Just kind of if you got that alert on your phone, that is the reason why.
Yeah, and we'll kind of, so again, like you mentioned, that severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m. does include southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois, and that's where this line is expected to track as we go through the next several hours here. We'll take a quick look at a Pinpoint Futurecast and have a look at where exactly we're expecting these storms to track here over the next several hours. Let's slow that down and pull it back, why don't we? So at this point, we are getting close to the 11 o'clock hour. It shows pretty well the storms that are moving across areas north of Highway 20. And we'll see those, again, push into Wisconsin and off towards Illinois by the time we get to midnight. The rest of our night will bring the chance for some scattered redevelopment. You can see by 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, we are seeing some spotty showers and storms moving through. Certainly the chance there for some rumbles of thunder, some lightning, and then we'll see that activity beginning to wind down by 5 in the morning. And from that point, we'll see a bit of a quiet stretch before we get into the next round that is expected to arrive as we get into your later portion of Saturday. Really, it's the evening and overnight hours Saturday night, similar to today when we'll be watching for that next round after tonight's round clears out.
And it's all about what happens on Saturday. Where do those storms redevelop? Do they develop in the afternoon? Do we have to wait till night? Those are the two time frames to watch. At this point, it's a little hard to judge for sure whether those afternoon storms occur or not. It's a little bit of a coin flip, but it's the possibility. And there's a lot going on around eastern Iowa. That's been kind of a focus of part of what we've been talking about, is just that there's so many events and so many graduations. University of Iowa, Northern Iowa, both have their ceremonies, at least some of them tomorrow, as well as probably some smaller schools getting involved too. It's a little early for high school graduation stuff, but maybe some high school graduation parties. Some people do those before graduation actually happens because the schedule is so busy. You know, you probably remember graduating high school and you had like 12 graduation parties you had to go to in one day, and they were all at the same time, and you were trying to get to as many as you could.
Well, I was actually a COVID kid, so I didn't really have a high school graduation.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, my graduation was March 13th when we all shut down for the year. However, my college graduation, yes, very busy. That entire week was just go, go, go the entire time. Family was up there, so I completely get it. And I understand why you'd want to have those celebrations early on, because I can imagine if a high school graduation is anything like a college graduation, very, very busy, hectic time for all those seniors, but
Plus way more people,
true.
typically. So, yeah, sorry to bring up the sore subject of an untraditional end to your senior year.
It's water under the bridge now. I got to walk twice for my college graduation, so I saw that as me making up for it. And I got to wear my high school gown.
Wait, twice?
I did.
Did you go to the wrong ceremony first? What happened?
No, we had a convocation on Friday night, and then the
Ah.
official graduation ceremony the next night. And a few of my friends were like, I just want to walk once. It's like, I didn't get to walk when I was a senior in high school, so I'm going to do it twice for college, and both times were really special, really fun. So I made up for it.
That's cool.
Yeah,
On to more relevant topics.
very much.
Yeah. The Fayette City Cam is where those storms are right now. You have that severe thunderstorm warning that is ongoing. Seen plenty of rain, plenty of lightning. That's been a common theme throughout the night. Ever since these storms developed, they've been frequent lightning producers. Of course, lightning dangerous on its own. That's why you should stay inside, even if a storm is not severe, because that can do plenty of damage to you if you are caught in the wrong spot. View from our Manchester City Cam. Things there similar. So we've got a view from there. You can see those dew points hanging around 60 still. Temperatures still holding on to some of that warmth, although they have fallen slowly. A little far away, I guess, from Manchester to see too much of that lighting, at least from our perspective here, from our City Cam's point of view. So still keeping an eye on that stuff from a distance, using our City Cam network, one of the great tools that we have to be able to see far away, because we can't be everywhere all at once as much as we'd like to try. And so using these is a big, big help.
Absolutely. And nice to have those eyes out there that you can see things like this and see what's going on, but also like you mentioned, Corey, still seeing some pretty warm, humid conditions across eastern Iowa. So right now, taking a look at some of those temperatures and dew points, you can see where the storms have moved through. That is very easy to see. Charles City, Decorah, Waterloo, they're in the 60s. Compare that to Manchester, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City. You guys are in the mid-70s, 71 over in Dubuque, 73 in Maquoketa. So as these storms are moving through, of course, they're bringing in some rain-cooled air, but even after the storms depart the area, sometimes you'll see that behind these storms you get a push of dry air. That is not the case tonight. After those storms move through, we keep things really muggy. Dew points right now range from 55 in Tama to 60 in Waterloo, 64 in Manchester and Charles City, and that's going to be a key thing to keep in mind as we go through the next several days. We're currently in the midst of being underneath a very warm, very moist air mass. It was very warm and muggy today. Tomorrow is also going to be quite warm and quite muggy. So that's why we're seeing these multiple rounds of shower and storm chances over the next several days, because this warm, moist air mass is going to just kind of hang around for the next couple of days. So again, right now, dew points are in the 60s. If you were to step outside ahead of these storms, it feels very summery, very warm. And of course, it's May, so this is a taste of things to come. We're getting into that time of year where you get those warm summer nights with a good bit of humidity, and you can look off towards the north, or in this case, for most places, off to your northwest, and see the lightning on the horizon as those showers and storms are approaching the area. So there's a look at what we're seeing right now. Again, if you're near Waterloo, you are just about to get clipped by that line as it moves in. Manchester, you're getting pretty close to seeing impacts from it as well. Prairie du Chien currently seeing that rain and that lightning moving through the area, and then we'll see it eventually working its way over into Dubuque. At this point, no new warnings, which is always a good thing to see, but of course, that's what we're here for, and that's what we're keeping a close eye on, is anticipating and watching to see if new warnings are issued and how this evolves over the next couple of hours. But again, at this point, been primarily a wind producer. That warning there for Allamakee and Clayton counties kind of paints the picture for what we're seeing in terms of impacts. 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail associated with that as well. But again, not quite as strong as these storms were earlier in the day when they were producing baseball and egg-sized hail. So definitely a nice thing to see, at least in terms of them not being that strong. And of course, we'd hope to see them continue to either weaken or move out of the area as we go through the night. But of course, we'll keep a close eye on it, and that's why we're here, keeping you all up to date on it.
Yep, that is for sure. Let's take a look at something else about what's going on. So you can see the warnings are concentrated right now in northeast Iowa. Good reason for that is that those storms are kind of getting some of the most unstable air that's flowing in out ahead of them. So we're adding that to those storms. Back here to the southwest, we had those warnings we showed you earlier off toward eastern Nebraska, western Iowa. But at this point, there's no warnings out there. Those storms have weakened a little bit. And there are some storms out in central Iowa, too, out toward Fort Dodge, where they've had a couple of different rounds already tonight. So a little storm weary there, perhaps. But part of the reason why those storms out in central Iowa just aren't packing the same kind of punch is that you can see, as we pause things here on the radar, these thin lines that emanate out from the storms, that's actually the potential area where winds pick up, and it's also where the cool air has moved out from those storms. You can see that slight dark line push ahead of where the main activity is, and it keeps moving off to the southeast. So that actually tends to stabilize the air in front of the storms, and so if that cooler air gets too far ahead of it, that's where the storms behind it start to weaken or don't have the same ability to produce those really strong gusty winds. And so that's part of the reason why that back tail end of this line, at least at this point, lacking the severe thunderstorm warnings compared to what's going on up in northeast Iowa and southwest Wisconsin. Does look like there is a new warning pushing into Crawford and Grant counties, 11:45 for that warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and potentially some penny-sized hail. So similar story, just an extension of what was going on really in Allamakee County. I guess I wouldn't be shocked if Clayton County gets involved here soon, perhaps Delaware County as well. They'd be kind of next in line at this point. So folks in southwest Wisconsin, excuse me, plenty of heavy rain, plenty of lightning, and perhaps some gusty winds.
Yeah, and it does look like there was a report of, yes, a report at 10:51 of a 64-mile-an-hour wind gust near Monona, Iowa. So that is part of what prompted this warning to be issued. So a little bit of, I guess you'd say, ground truth there to kind of verify that these storms are still producing some gusty winds. But again, like Corey had mentioned, it seems to be the front end of this line that at this point is the strongest section of it, and also just so happens to be the section of it moving through eastern Iowa.
Let's try to pull up our Prairie du Chien City Cam, excuse my throat clearing there, and see what we can see if it is coming in. So our Prairie du Chien City Cam uses a unique connection that sometimes is affected by rain. And so we'll see if we've still got it, or if the rain is too heavy. Gonna suspect it might be.
Looks to me like the rain got it.
Yeah, for now. Camera's fine, but it's just the internet connection is sensitive to that, so we just don't have it at the moment. But we will base our information based on radar and the reports that you just passed on, that Monona one. Again, ground truth, and it's consistent with that sort of thing. And so part of what I was saying earlier, not only do those storms have access to that, we were describing that outflow boundary, that line out ahead. And so if we look at these storms over here, we don't see that same feature. Not seeing that line going out in front of those storms in the same kind of way. And so the strongest winds are still concentrated where the storms are. And so when those two things are more lined up, or at least certainly closer together, they have the better chance to produce those gusty winds. And that's what we've seen so far. So just a trend to watch, something to look out for as the night wears on, whether or not we see any of those storms in central Iowa try to strengthen. Doesn't look as likely at this point, but we'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely.
What do you see?
For me, it is looking like
So you're reading some new information
I
from the
am.
Storm Prediction Center.
at 10:53, a new mesoscale discussion
So I got that.
issued.
Think.
Not seeing it popping up on our maps yet, but it extended from eastern Nebraska into central and northeast Iowa.
Yeah.
Kind of concerning the,
So it's basically the old watch.
yeah, kind of looking at, talking about the storm threat, saying that through midnight tonight, the greatest threat for strong to severe wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour, that will exist east of I-35 in northeast Iowa. So that does include eastern Iowa, of course. And just, again, talking a little more about that line of storms that's been moving through, we're starting to see some segments bow out just a little bit, and we'll jump back over to radar, and I'll kind of show you what we're talking about and referring to with regards to that. So when you talk about a line of storms bowing out or having a bow echo to it, essentially what that is indicating or showing is that there is a kind of an area where the front of the line kind of stretches out, and specifically along here is an example I can find where there's a little bit of a bulge in the line where it kind of pushes out, and that is indicative of spots where you'd have that gusty wind, and that of course is why there is a severe thunderstorm severe thunderstorm warnings along that line. And that is, again, kind of what that mesoscale discussion is discussing, primarily a wind threat, a little bit of evidence of potentially seeing some hail in there as well, but that would be fairly sporadic at this point. Again, primarily from what it's looking like, similar to what we've seen up until now, gusty winds, some small hail.
Not to interrupt you, but it does look like there is that new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Clayton County.
Yes.
So that's one we'll have to join our friends on KCRG TV9, and we will be right back. It's also, hold on. Oh no. Yeah, they've been hearing us. So the microphones have been on. We will be right back with you though.
I'm First Alert Storm Team meteorologist AJ Rickman. Wanted to let you know about a pair of new severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued. One of them for Clayton County, that is in effect until midnight tonight, for a storm capable of producing winds up to 60 miles an hour and hail up to the size of a penny. Farther south, we also have a new warning for Delaware County. Again, that one in effect until midnight tonight for 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. That is part of a line of storms that we've been tracking throughout the evening. That segment of lines that is currently severe warned, moving off towards the east at around 35 miles an hour. So we'll go ahead and get a storm track on that and show you where it is tracking and where it will be headed here as we go through the next hour or so. That line of storms moving off towards Guttenberg by 11:17, Cassville by 11:45, Lancaster by 11:49, Linden by 12:27, moving off towards Platteville by 12:31. Again, that's for a line of storms that has continued to move through eastern Iowa as we have gone through the evening. We, of course, have been keeping a close eye on it, and it does have existing warnings along it as well. You can see current warning for Allamakee and Clayton County, one off towards Crawford and Grant County as well, and an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning in Fayette County as well as Buchanan County. These warnings have been primarily for damaging winds up to 60 miles an hour. Again, some small hail possible within this line of storms as it continues its eastward motion, primarily for areas along and north of Highway 20. Farther south, a little bit of spotty shower activity as well. We are, again, going to keep an eye on this activity as it moves through eastern Iowa. We are also doing continuous live coverage on our streaming platforms on YouTube as well as the KCRG streaming site. So you can go there to stay up to date with these storms alongside us as we go through the night. Otherwise, we will cut in as new warnings are issued as these storms move through. Stay with your trusted local news source, KCRG TV 9.
And we are, of course, still with you.
Yes, back on streaming, and again, the new warnings that have been issued, I'll go ahead and kind of walk us through those, and we'll have a look at where they're headed here as we go over the next several minutes. So this warning in effect for southern Clayton County until midnight tonight. That's going to be for wind speeds up to 60 miles an hour, some small hail up to the size of a penny. And then a warning also for Delaware County until midnight tonight. Again, that's going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail up to the size of a penny in there. And this segment of line has been moving off to the east at around 35 miles an hour. So we'll put a storm track on this whole segment of line here that is impacting eastern Iowa and see where it heads. So this line of storms is going to be moving towards Manchester by 11:22, Lancaster by 11:54, Montfort, I believe I have that right. Anyone in Montfort, if you want to correct me, please feel free to do so. It's at 11:58, Mineral Point by 12:40, and Cross Plains by 1 o'clock in the morning. So again, really like the Storm Prediction Center mentioned, with that possibility of storms kind of regathering their strength here as we go through the night. It's something we've certainly seen here over the last hour or so as they've continued to march off to the east, really just impacting areas along and north of the Highway 20 corridor.
Well, just remember how things looked not but a couple hours ago. disorganized, much more so. This is where we were. I mean, there's storms still packed a punch, but we were talking about this as where we were on just at the around 9 o'clock hour. So yeah, little individual storms mixed in, storms trying to catch their intensity in portions of the northwest viewing area. We had warnings. We had a couple of tornado warnings pop up in a couple of spots. But if you look at it now, you've got that solid line up in northeast Iowa and that handful of warnings. And that is kind of what makes the difference here. The AJ's filtered out a lot of those weak false echoes. So a lot of green showing up here where rain isn't falling. But in northeast Iowa, those storms, of course, are very real and moving through. In fact, the La Crosse National Weather Service had a report of 62 mile per hour gust near Strawberry Point. That was about 12 minutes ago. So they just relayed that, but still showing that there's still some very gusty winds involved as these storms track off to the east. But yeah, you can see it evolved from individual little clusters of storms to now more of a line, really mostly in northeast Iowa, but then you see it extending a little farther southeast than that. So more of Clayton County involved in a severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll do a similar sort of pause and rejoin here in just a moment.
in effect until 11:15. Again, Clayton also until 11:30. Southern Clayton and Fayette counties also under that severe thunderstorm warning. The warning in Fayette County until 11:15. But these warnings are, again, as this line of storms has moved through, primarily a damaging wind threat, some small hail included in there as well. Put a storm track on it and show you where this entire line of storms is going to be tracking as we go through the next hour. It's moving off towards the east, which, as it moves that direction, will take it towards Manchester by 11:19, Cassville by 11:42, Lancaster by 11:56, Dubuque by 12:27, Galena by 12:57, and Madison by the time we get to 1:21. Again, this is for a line of storms that at this point has evolved into primarily a straight line wind threat. Some small hail included in there as well, but that has prompted the National Weather Service to issue several warnings along this line as it has moved through. Across the rest of eastern Iowa, seeing some spotty light shower activity in and around the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City area, and we'll turn on lightning really quickly as well. As these storms are moving through, there is, especially with that line moving through our northern areas, very frequent lightning, likely plenty of thunder with it as well. Certainly something to wake you up as you go through your night tonight. We'll keep you up to date by cutting in with the latest on any new severe warnings. We are also doing continuous coverage on our streaming platforms on YouTube as well as our KCRG streaming website. For now, we'll send you back to your regularly scheduled programming. Stay with your trusted local news source, KCRG TV 9. All right, we are back, folks, and keeping you all up to date on the latest with what's going on with those severe warnings as they're moving through the area. So, again, at this point, that new warning for northern Clayton County for that warning that is in effect until 11:30 tonight. Similar to what we've seen, damaging wind is your primary threat, and that secondary threat being some small hail mixed in there as well. So there's a look at that segment of storms, or that line segment that's moving through the northern portion of our viewing area. Starting to see a little bit of fresh development along the southern edge of this, kind of spreading south of Highway 20. But overall, we'll go ahead and put a storm track on this, and again, take a look at where it's headed as we go through the next hour. So the bulk, or the strongest part of this line, continues to push off towards the east, moving off towards Wisconsin and Illinois. So as it moves that way, we'll see it getting towards Dyersville by 11:40, Lancaster by 11:49, Dubuque by 12:19, Mineral Point by 12:35, and then moving off towards Madison, Wisconsin by the time we get to 1:13 in the morning. But again, as we've talked about, this is the first of several rounds of severe weather opportunities that we will see over the next couple of days. And this one has certainly delivered on that chance for delivering some strong to severe wind gusts as well as some hail as we've gone through the afternoon and into the night tonight.
Indeed. We're going to take a moment to gather a little bit of information. We will be back, though, in just a moment. So don't go far. It'll be just a second. Stay with us.
right, folks, we are back doing live coverage of these storms as they're moving through eastern Iowa. It is just myself at this point. Corey has had a long day. He got here at 9 a.m., so he has departed for the evening. Going to get some well-earned rest and sleep there. But I will be staying up with you all for the next while, tracking these storms as they continue to move through eastern Iowa. So let's go ahead and jump in and see what we are currently looking at with those storms. Kind of a wide picture view. We've been watching this line of storms from the time it developed in northwest Iowa this afternoon and evening. We've watched it progress and slowly develop from individual supercells into this more organized line that is continuing to track off to the east and southeast. Our latest warning has been for this cell that really got fired up and has become really more of a hail producer than anything. This warning is for Hamilton and Hardin counties, so that is going to be just outside of the main TV9 viewing area. That'll be in your fringe counties. But still, it is moving into the TV9 viewing area off to the east and is packing hail that is 1.25 inches in diameter. That's going to be a little bigger than a quarter, close to about $half sized hail. And again, hail's the primary threat. Some gusty winds also possible with that storm as it is moving through. It is moving to the east at around 40 miles an hour. So we'll put a storm track on it and take a look at where it's going to be moving here as we go through the next hour. So 40 miles an hour, I'll get that entered on our storm track, and going off of the latest data, we'll see that move off towards the east. That's going to take this cell, or let's do a better storm track here. Let's do one that's going to highlight more of when that heavier rain and hail moves into the area. But we'll see the heaviest part of that storm moving towards Drake by 11:41, Sherman by 11:45, Hubbard by 11:50, New Providence by 12:01, Eldora by around 12:05, and then Witten by the time we get to 12:14. So again, that is for this specific cell within this larger line of storms that has fired up just a little bit, gotten a little bit stronger and a little more organized, and is now producing a hail threat in addition to everything else that we've been watching along this line of storms. So farther off to the northeast, we've been tracking this line that's been moving off towards the Mississippi River. Right now we have got a segment of the line here that has moved past Prairie du Chien into Crawford and Grant counties. That is for a severe thunderstorm warning, capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail. You'll notice also there is a tornado possible tag on that warning. That means that there's a little bit of rotation inside of this storm, and we'll have a quick look inside of it to take a look at those wind speeds and see if we can figure out where that rotation is. So let's switch this over to our latest data. And let's see what we're looking at in terms of rotation. So perhaps a couple of little notches and areas. The spot that catches my attention is going to be right in there. So let me do a little bit more of a narrow circle. Going to be right in this spot right here, where you kind of have those greens and those reds that are kind of almost pulling around each other a little bit, or the red kind of sticks out into the green in return kind of sticks into the red area. That looks like an area of rotation. At this point, it doesn't look particularly strong, which is why there is not a tornado warning on it at this point. But again, we are seeing a little bit of rotation within this line of storms, which is why that tornado possible tag has been added for the Grant County warning, as well as the Crawford and Grant County warning. But you can also see exactly where the red transitions over to green along more of this straight or even a little bit of a bowing line segment. That's where you're going to get that first push of wind as these storms are moving through. So that initial wind gust hasn't quite made it to Lancaster yet, hasn't quite made it to Fenimore yet, but it is moving your way, and we'll be arriving there here fairly shortly. In fact, we'll throw a storm track on this entire segment of the line. Moving towards Fenimore by 11:34, Lancaster by 11:35, Hickory Grove by 11:41, Castle Rock by 11:44. So that is for the initial gust front, is what we call it, that initial push of strong winds that moves through as these storm systems or as these storm cells progress through and as we see these lines of storms moving through. So again, that is for the segment of storms that's now crossing the Mississippi River headed off into Wisconsin. Farther back to the west, we're also keeping an eye on a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for, let's see, that is going to be Clayton County. That is in effect until midnight tonight, and that'll be for, again, segment of these this line of storms capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. A similar situation down in Delaware County where that warning stays in effect for another 30 minutes for 60-mile-an-hour winds as well as some small hail embedded within that. But across the rest of eastern Iowa, we are starting to see some light shower activity moving in towards the Cedar Rapids and Iowa City area, and that at this point doesn't have much of a severe threat to it, just some spotty shower activity if you are out doing anything tonight that you'll need to be aware of. In addition to the winds and the small hail, also a lot of lightning within that line of storms, especially the segment that is currently tracking through Fayette over towards Lancaster and Prairie du Chien. One thing that does stand out to me a little bit as I'm watching this line, the lightning over the last hour does look like it has perhaps diminished just a little bit in terms of the frequency of it. Also looks like the deep dark reds within that line of storms also perhaps becoming a little bit less intense. So a good sign that perhaps maybe this line of storms isn't packing quite as much of a punch as what it did an hour ago. But still, there are warnings associated with this storm, so make sure that you are taking it seriously, getting down to your safe place and getting out of the way of it, and making sure that, again, taking the warning seriously, getting down to your safe place as these storms roll through the area. So we've got storms moving through, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings, and we do have a severe thunderstorm watch. There is a portion of it that is in effect until 1 a.m. That is going to be for areas generally along and north of Highway 20, areas south of Highway 20, especially including Maquoketa, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City. That section of the warning in effect until 5 a.m. as these lines of storms, or this specific line of storms, continues to move through the area. So we'll go ahead and take you through what we're looking at for the rest of the night as these storms continue to track through. By the time we get to midnight, we'll be watching for the bulk of that line, that heaviest portion of the line that's currently moving into Crawford and Grant counties, moving across the Mississippi River and off into Wisconsin. From that point, the rest of that line will push through eastern Iowa, and there's the potential certainly for some thunder and lightning within that, some gusty winds as well, wouldn't rule out some small hail. And that continues to move through during the overnight hours. And by the time we get to 4 a.m., starting to move really into our southern and eastern areas. By the time we get to 5 o'clock Saturday morning, it's starting to really move out of the area. And by 6 a.m. on Saturday, that's when we see that storm activity move out. And we get a bit of a break before the next round rolls in later in the day on Saturday. But again, right now, circling back to what we are currently concerned with and looking at, that is going to be this line of storms that is currently moving off to the moving off towards the east, and as it does so, it is bringing that potential for some fairly strong winds. And again, at this point, just taking a moment to kind of get some updates from the National Weather Service. Still keeping an eye on a little bit of rotation within this line of storms in northern Grant County. So we'll take a second to kind of zoom in on that segment of the line and kind of look back inside that storm and kind of identify that area of rotation. So again, that's going to be, it's a broad area of rotation, and at this point has not warranted the issuance of a tornado warning, but there is still an area of the line, and to me it looks like it is going to be right in there where we're getting, well, hopefully some new data is what the loss of radar image there means, but there we go. Some fresh data coming in, and again, that little area of rotation right there just to the north of Fenimore and just to the west of Castle Rock, and it does look like they have now issued a tornado warning because of that area of rotation as it is continuing to track off in that direction off towards the east. So we will go ahead and it is one of our western fringe counties, so we will not be cutting in over KCRG programming, but we'll go ahead and again put a storm track on this and take a look at what exactly we're dealing with in terms of where this area of rotation is expected to track over the next little bit. So that area of rotation and the embedded within that line of storms moving off towards the east at around 30 miles an hour. So that is going to move this area of broad rotation off towards the east into Wayside by 11:37, Castle Rock by 11:50, Highland by 12:05, Highland Village Park around the same time. So again, this is a tornado warning that is radar indicated. It is for broad rotation within that line of storms. At this point, not seeing any definitive evidence on radar or through spotter verification of a tornado on the ground. We'll take a quick look for ourselves here in our on our debris detection to see if we can get any kind of an idea on if it's picking up debris or not. So again, this is kind of our area of rotation right there that we're keeping an eye on. As we switch over and look at debris signatures, not really seeing anything definitive. So good news there, does track along with what we're seeing with that radar indicated tag with that tornado warning, that there is some rotation within the storm. It's showing up on radar, but at this point, not seeing anything definitive in terms of the storm producing a tornado, and no evidence of one on the ground. So certainly good news for folks there in Grant County, but still take this seriously. If you're in Grant County and you've just woken up and been woken up by the issuance of that tornado warning, go ahead and get down to your safe place. Get down to your basement, lowest level of your home, and make sure that you're getting away from any windows. If your house does not have a basement, lowest level of your home, ground floor, and make sure to get as many walls between you and the outside as you can. So an interior bathroom or closet, always a good option there for getting away from those storms and their impacts as they roll through the area. So again, tornado warning has been issued for Grant County. That is in effect until midnight tonight for some radar indicated rotation that has been picked up within that line of storms. But we do also have active severe thunderstorm warnings across other portions of eastern Iowa as well. So we're going to take you back through those and kind of give you a tour of what we're looking at. Grant County, that is the tornado warning. Crawford and Grant counties under that severe thunderstorm warning until 11:45, and a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings are for similar things. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, some small hail embedded within those storms, and again, we do have that occasional chance for a little bit of rotation that spins up within those lines. Typically, it's going to be weak and it's going to be brief, which is what we have seen here with this tornado warning. But again, something that we're keeping a close eye on. Also seeing severe thunderstorm warnings for Clayton and Delaware counties as this line of storms continues to push through the area. At this point, it does look like the most intense portion of it is moving towards the Mississippi River. It will be impacting Dubuque here shortly. In fact, we'll take a very quick look at our Dubuque City Cam to see if we've got anything in terms of lightning showing up on our City Cam. We'll take a minute to just make sure that this is a westward facing view, so bear with me, folks. The other thing worth noting is that it's still fairly mild with temperatures right now. They are currently in the 60s and 70s. Dew points also still fairly muggy in the 60s and 70s, and that's because we've got a very warm, moist air mass that has moved overhead, and it's going to hang out here for the next couple of days. That's why we're going to see repeated rounds of showers and storms and repeated chances for strong to severe storms in addition as that activity is moving through. So let's get this facing off to the west and see what we can see. So it was facing west to start with. There we go, a little bit of lightning showing up there in the in the city cam there, very faint flash. Let me see if I can pull it off to the north just a little bit. Nope, doesn't want to. Well, again, with these, oh, there we go. Starting to see some motion in the camera. We'll see it picking up in just a second. Maybe not. Let's go ahead and try this again. Try to reload this camera and get a fresh image in there. There we go. So now we've got a little more of a northward facing look, and we can see kind of a darker horizon there, and occasionally getting some flashes of lightning showing up. There's a flash right there, and I'll go ahead and take the current conditions off of the screen there so we can kind of get a look at what we're seeing. So there we have it. Storms moving into the Dubuque area. You can see the lightning flashing there in the city cam. These have been storms that are currently do have some severe warnings on them. So frequent lightning, thunder. Primary threat with these storms has been gusty winds. There's been some small hail, and again, Grant County, which is to the east of the TV9 viewing area, and in a storm that is moving away from us, we have had a tornado warning that has been issued. So we'll go ahead and take a look back at those warnings and see what's going on with the latest with them. That Grant County tornado warning, as you can see there again, it is radar indicated. No evidence as of now through spotter verification or through radar verification of any debris signature showing up on radar. No evidence there of a tornado on the ground, but enough rotation that has been picked up on radar that the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued that tornado warning. So still something to take seriously. Get down to your safe place if you are in the path of this storm. That would include Fenimore, Castle Rock, Montfort, Highland, even off towards Clyde. You guys aren't in the warning, neither is Highland at this point. But as these storms are moving your way, again, there is some rotation within this segment of the line. So certainly something you'll want to take seriously and go ahead and get down to your safe place as those storms are moving through. Further down along this line, again, keeping an eye on primarily a wind threat, some occasional hail embedded in there as well. It does look as though the severe thunderstorm warning has either been canceled or allowed to expire for Delaware County, so good news for them. Also at one point had warnings in Fayette and Buchanan counties. Those have also since been allowed to expire. And yes, for that Delaware warning that has been specifically canceled, since that storm has been on a bit of a weakening trend. So certainly good news for folks here in eastern Iowa that might be up keeping an eye on these storms as they are moving through. At this point, not packing quite as much of a punch, especially along that main line of storms as what we had a little while ago. But still, storms in the area, plenty of lightning and thunder with them, some fairly heavy rainfall, especially along and north of the Highway 20 corridor. So a fairly active night of weather that is unfolding. And some more activity farther off towards the west. You can see it really starting to pop up back towards Fort Dodge to the northwest of Carroll. And we'll continue to watch this activity develop and move through the area as we go through the overnight hours. Also currently a severe thunderstorm warning for Hamilton and Hardin counties. The good news with that storm, it does look like what ended up happening, as you can see there was a brief intensification of the storm where it really had a lot of those deep purples and pinks showing up in the reflectivity. It does look like at this point that has since diminished, and hopefully that warning will be allowed to expire here at midnight, if not canceled sooner. But again, at the discretion of the National Weather Service, something we will be keeping a very close eye on here as we go through the next couple of hours, and for that warning rather over the next 15 minutes. But over the next couple of hours, we'll of course be keeping an eye on these storms as they continue to track through eastern Iowa. You can also see some shower activity in and around the Cedar Rapids area. That's been fairly spotty and light. Haven't really seen much in the way of lightning with any of this activity as of recent. That's kind of the remnants of a complex of storms that were moving through the area earlier in the night. Those have since diminished. A few lightning bolts in and around the Maquoketa area, but overall this activity much weaker, other than some spotty shower activity in Cedar Rapids. Something to have an umbrella or rain jacket handy for, but not nearly as impactful as what we've seen farther off to the north. So at this point, with no new warnings, I do want to take a minute to briefly touch on what comes after this. So this is the first of several rounds of strong to severe storms that are going to be moving through over the next couple of days. And we're going to continue to watch these storms move through as we go through the rest of your night tonight. So we'll pick things up, well, right about now, close to the midnight hour. As we go through the rest of the night, again, we'll watch for this line of showers and storms to continue to track through. By the time we get to about 3 a.m., still seeing some of that scattered activity across the area, moving out of our area by the time we get to 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. From that point, we'll turn our attention to Saturday. Now, Saturday is going to be somewhat similar to what we had today. We're going to start off in the morning, quiet and dry conditions, those showers and storms out of our area, but we are going to watch as we go through your afternoon still for dry conditions. Now, as we get into your Saturday late afternoon and evening, I would not rule out the development of an isolated shower or storm. At this point, it's not looking to be particularly widespread, but that chance is there. So just keep an eye out for the potential for some storm activity late Saturday afternoon into Saturday evening. If those storms can develop, they could quickly turn strong to severe. It's going to be a warm and muggy day coming up, so certainly one of those situations where there will be plenty of fuel for those storms to utilize, potential for them to turn strong. Once we get into Saturday night, though, that's when the bulk of the activity moves through. You can see by the time we get to 11 o'clock, we'll pull this back just a bit. 11 o'clock Saturday night, we're watching for that next round of storms to move through. And then those will continue through Saturday night and on into early Sunday morning. So a bit of a wet start. Plan on the chance for a bit of a wet start to your day on Sunday. And then Sunday brings yet another chance for some strong to severe storm activity. Again, primarily during the evening and overnight hours of Sunday night. And then Monday, we'll see still a little bit of uncertainty at this point. We are looking at a morning round of showers and storms on Monday. That will have an influence on when, where, and how strong the afternoon and evening round of storms are. But overall, the threat is going to be there for multiple rounds of strong to severe storms as we go through the next couple of days. Tomorrow, again, primary timing going to be afternoon and really during the overnight when those storms move in from the west, and then that lingers into Sunday morning. Hence that chance for some morning activity on Sunday, another round Sunday night, and then Monday again. At this point, you want to plan on staying weather aware throughout the day on Monday, but also plan on checking back for updates throughout the weekend to make sure that you are keeping up to date with the latest. And as we get that new information, of course, we will be keeping you up to date with that latest information. So plenty to look forward to, at least in terms of needing to stay weather aware as we go throughout the weekend. Kind of a marathon coming up of first alert days where we have those chances for strong to severe storms. So certainly something to keep an eye out for and make sure you're staying aware of and vigilant for as we go through the next several days. And let's see, it does look like at this point we do have some warnings still in our western fringe counties. Grant County still seeing that tornado warning for that radar indicated rotation. We'll go ahead because we'll take one more quick look out. At this point, we're down to just these 3 warnings in and around Grant County, those 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning. The rest of the line at this point does look like it's lost a little bit of its punch, but again, still something that we'll be keeping a close eye on as we go through the night tonight. But for the time being, we'll go ahead and take a quick look in at this line of storms and see what is going on with it. So let's pull up the... no, we do not, Levi. We do not need to cut in. Just checking in really quickly with one of our producers on, or one of our directors on the need to cut in, but with this system moving out of the viewing area into our fringe counties, we are all good in that regard. But still, we'll have a look at what we're seeing here with this tornado warning in Grant County. A little bit of embedded rotation within this line of storms. And yeah, there we have it right there. It's kind of very broad at this point. Not super organized rotation from what I am seeing. There are sirens going off in Grant County. The emergency managers there have sounded the sirens as of 11:44, and does look like the National Weather Service also not seeing a ton of evidence of tornado on the ground yet, but looking at this segment of the line, this would be the area that I'd be keeping that closest eye on. It does look like, however, at this point, that the tornado warning has been canceled. Yes, it is no longer there. So still perhaps a very broad, weak rotation within that line of storms, but at this point it does look like it has weakened enough that it has been canceled. So not seeing that popping up anymore. But again, still a stronger storm. Those severe thunderstorm warnings do remain in effect. We'll go ahead and still throw a storm track on that broad area of rotation, and as it continues to move off towards the east, it'll be moving towards Highland by midnight, Clyde by 12:18, Wyoming by 12:28, Spring Green by the time we get 12:34, and Coon Rock by 12:40. So at this point, again, looks like the tornado warning has been canceled, given that it was set to expire at midnight and is now gone. But again, that severe thunderstorm warning does still have the tornado possible tag. So still just a little bit of rotation within that system. So still something to take seriously. If you are in the path of this storm, go ahead, get down to your safe place, get down to your basement until that storm has passed through the area. And still plenty of strong winds within this storm, some small hail as well, and plenty of lightning to go around as we have seen this stronger segment of the storms move off towards Lancaster and Dubuque. Again, at this point, for eastern Iowa, we no longer have any active warnings, which of course is good news for us. Are keeping still a close eye on Grant County. That is where the storms are at their strongest currently. And yeah, that is where the bulk of the storm activity is at this point. We'll take a quick minute, though, to kind of focus in on Dubuque. Of course, they have that line of storms that is currently approaching. So let's have a quick look at our Dubuque City Cam and see if we can pick out anything from there in terms of rain or lightning that might be moving in. So certainly frequent lightning again with these storms. Seems to be a little bit less now than what we had perhaps an hour or two ago. But still, you can see those flashes showing up there in our City Cam. Sure, there's plenty of thunder to go around as well in that Dubuque area. And again, seeing that rain that'll be moving in there shortly, and some fairly heavy rainfall, some substantial rainfall within those cells as they are moving through the area. And did just get confirmation from the National Weather Service on that tornado warning in Grant County. They did cancel it early because the rotation had weakened and broadened, and did not see it as enough of a threat to warrant that tornado warning any longer. So certainly good news for folks over in Grant County and folks east of there, as this line of storms continues to move through the area. So again, we'll take one more kind of broad look at what we're seeing as these storms are moving through eastern Iowa. Currently at this point, some severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Grant County. Outside of Grant County, however, fairly, I won't say quiet, because we do still have those storms that are moving through, showers associated with them as well, some lightning embedded in there, but quieter than we were an hour ago. And of course, that is a trend we'll continue to hope for as we go through the rest of the night tonight. But at this point, I am going to take a bit of a break, switch over to just kind of a feed of radar data and latest information on some city cams, as well as the latest on our severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. But again, going to take a bit of a break, step away here, and as any new warnings pop up, we will of course jump right in and give you the latest on that.